Greetings, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking, a show where I procedurally fill space with talking. And at this stage, I feel myself wading through many options of how to begin speaking, but that feeling really has starting to fade away by the time I even get towards the end of the sentence. That is, I very immediately felt the kind of question of judgment of what would be a good or bad thing to say, and recognized it as from building on past experience as not a very important question, thus kind of facilitating my ability to just let some words loose, trusting that by the time there are a few words or sentences already spoken, there would be already building kind of a backlog of material to begin commenting on in the present, which is what I think that I am kind of doing now, or at least that's one valid interpretation of what I'm doing now, is speaking more or less about what's already been said. Although another way I could maybe think about it is speaking about what I'm saying in the present, but that's maybe a little bit of a hubristic thing to say, that I have access to the present, which is in my experience vanishingly not even vanishingly, it's vanished sliver of time, or non-sliver of time, like it doesn't even have any extent in time, and so it's pretty much non-existent along with the rest of time. But that's maybe getting ahead of ourselves here, because I'm kind of recognizing that as being a kind of existing, or at least in a personal sense, received wisdom that is a kind of residue from my past memories of doing this procedure. And I would prefer for those types of speculations or analyses or statements be at least somewhat more directly supported by present experience and observation, which I don't discount the possibility that that might happen at some time, but I'm predicting that it will take some time of talking before something like that develops. But why not? Why that's also a type of prediction based on past experience, and not necessarily about the present. Why can't I just examine what's going on right now and not necessarily foreclose on that possibility happening? Because, to be honest, my experience now, how to say this, it's the first gross kind of way to describe it would be as abnormal, as in, by speaking like this, I do seem to be somewhat alleviated from the types of discursive thoughts that are thinking about the future and the past. And there, I would honestly say that there is some experience of alleviation right now. That and not as it's not as if I felt burdened before I started walking and talking, so to speak, but comparing the present state to that one that I remember before, I think I would say that this is preferable, and somehow seems to give me access to something that I, listen, I'm as skeptical as the next guy about rhetorical ideas about freedom and whatnot, but just being honest about the present experience, I have to say that this does seem to feel like some level of freedom. Just to be able to be here talking to you at length like this. And why wouldn't it be the case that I could just be walking and thinking, but it's not the same experience? That if I were walking and thinking, I would be more likely to be we could say burdened about the past or the future. And this is again a type of idea that I've had before, but the fact that I can speak to you like this, and when I say you, it's relatively unbounded in space and time, owing to the recording and the recording's ability to traverse space and time. And the you that I'm speaking to is an anonymous and abstracted you. It's simply all I know about you as a whole, you who are listening to this, is your ability to understand the English language and your willingness to listen. Which is an interesting set of attributes in that it already it already kind of ingratiates you towards me, as in I already feel grateful that you possess these attributes. That is the mere fact that you're listening at all, or even hearing, for that matter. The mere fact that you're hearing this. Because I would assume that in almost all cases, you'd be hearing this voluntarily. It's hard for me to imagine an instance when you're hearing this involuntarily, unless maybe you have like a friend or partner who's like, yo, check this out. Check out this dude fucking like walks and talks for a really long time. It's like, when you listen to for a long time, man, it's like, it's actually pretty fucking trippy. And they're just forcing you to listen to it right now. In which case, I feel grateful for the person who has forced you to listen to this. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. However, the great probability that it is a voluntary thing that you are doing here, and also that I feel that what I am doing is extraordinarily voluntary, in that, like, I could go on living just as easily without doing something like walking and talking, and it wouldn't be necessarily noticed or missed or something, and my survival would be, and well-being, I don't, let's not go there, but my survival would be in no way hindered by not doing this. And similarly, as far as I can tell, I'm not really granted a social benefit from doing this. Any material nor social benefit. I mean, there's like a handful of people that donate on the Patreon. I make like $67 a month currently, and so ostensibly, this is earning me $67 a month. But it's also like super rare that I ever like run into anybody in real life who's like, yo, I know you from the internet or something, and then wants to be my friend. It's very rare. However, this is all neither here nor there. It's just to make the case that it seems to me like what you and I are doing at this moment is very voluntary, meaning that it feels to me that it's somehow escaping the kind of deterministic logic of everyday life, and I actually feel I feel some kind of freedom in that. That, like, it, for me at least, it seems like most other things, to some greater degree, have a purpose to them that I could point out, or somebody else could point out, like, you do this because it does this for you. There's a reason for everything, for almost everything that we do. It seems, but then for me, this is like one of those areas where it escapes reason, and maybe, I could say something like, well, after I walk and talk, I usually feel very happy, which is probably owing to this characteristic that I'm speaking about it, that I feel like I've been able to at least temporarily escape the logic of everyday life while I'm walking and talking, and just doing something that is difficult to categorize. I mean, yeah, you can categorize it in some ways. Um, but for me, the way that I'm talking, or the content of it, or the process of it, is something that I think ideally escapes reason and purpose. But maybe this is a double-edged sword that I am wielding, and that what I have been doing for the past several moments is kind of explaining what I'm doing, or you could maybe even say that it's explaining why I'm doing what I'm doing, and therefore I'm kind of actively subsuming myself, or subsuming this action into the logic of everyday life, and therefore self-defeating what it would be that this would be aspiring towards. And it's become, or actively becoming, something that is about something, and not the something itself. It's not the something itself, it's about something, which is something that seems to me like a characteristic that characterizes, if you will, so much of what we're presented with in life. That is, so much that we're presented with in life is about something, and not that something. And I could perhaps, talk about this in terms of whatever, how hollow capitalism and its associated culture are. But maybe the question is even deeper and almost metaphysical, or could it be that that's kind of an aspect of human experience itself? Or is it about even or could it be even broader, that's an aspect of experience itself? As in, now, I mean, that's a big question, because it seems like, if anything is the it, that things can be about, it seems like experience itself would have to be that, or is maybe, the ultimate example of the ultimate it that we could be, experiencing. It's like there in the language itself. Whereas, when we talk about experiencing something, that seems to be implying that it's substantial, that it's real, that it's the stuff of reality, that is essentially what constitutes reality. And like simulacrum or simulacra are things that are not directly experiencing but are about experience, like the movies, etc. Or talking about something rather than doing something. It's indirect, and so removed from directness, removed from substance, or as we would call it, experience. And so, the desire, it would seem to me that the kind of default desire or assumed desire in our culture is direct experience, that's something valued and assumed to be inherently good, even if what is directly experienced is could be not pleasant or difficult, or perhaps even painful. Now, I might be making too big of an assumption here. I might be making an incorrect assumption that, experiencing directly something of reality would be thought of as inherently desirable, or even just culturally or assumed desirable. I suppose that, in fact, if I take a look at mass culture, it would suggest the opposite, actually, that directness or experiencing reality is maybe actually thought of as terrifying, and that's not what we want. We want to be fooled and lied to, or we want to be in the simulacrum as much as possible. We want to be as many layers deep within, strata and strata of simulacrum, such that we're well insulated from any kind of reality. I mean, that's what looking at mass culture would maybe suggest. But that's looking, me saying that I'm looking at mass culture is also indirect, because what is me looking at mass culture? That's like reading things online, and trying to gauge, kind of like from some amalgamation of things that I've heard people say online, what the mass culture is like or wants. Whereas, I mean, if I draw from people that I interact with in person, that's not the case. That is, people that I know, the people that I know well, seem to value, reality, or experiencing reality. I mean, and even if it's like you enjoy simulacra, I enjoy a simulacrum just as much as the next guy, maybe even more, maybe even the most. However, it's not that. It's simply not the case that the idea of reality is terrifying, and myself and the people that I know feel the need to completely insulate ourselves from it. Now, this is all a tangent, actually, that I feel is now sufficiently addressed, but my sense is that what was I talking about? I was talking about, like things being the thing or being about the thing, and I was initially beginning to examine my own way of speaking and whether what I'm doing is, hey, there's a praying mantis egg sac. That's cool. I think that's what that is. Check it out. A bunch of very tiny praying mantis will pop out of there. I was and then I got I was examining myself, more or less, and then I got distracted by complaining about mass culture as I kind of perceive it. And then I myself became much more enshrouded in layers of abstraction and about what people are like, and I'm almost want to say that I began doing the thing that I was decrying. That is, just kind of complaining about an abstract idea about how people are. But, you know, I'll not be too hard on myself. Come on, people are fucking insane out there. But this all, you know, this whole tangent began, if I'm remembering correctly, with me talking about what I was talking about, and whether what I was talking about was drawing from quote-unquote direct experience or pre-existing ideas about experience. And so the question, is it the thing or is it about the thing? And my sense is that, you know, that I'm constantly thinking that it is, that I am doing the thing or inhabiting the thing or being the thing, when in fact I'm mistaken. I'm being fooled. And I'm actually only about the thing. I'm actually only talking or thinking or being about the thing rather than being the thing. And that many times I'm even quite far off from the thing. But also my sense is that you never can actually reach the thing. That it's always levels of remove from the thing. That everything is merely about something else. And there isn't, you know, there isn't exactly an ultimate reality to be grasped or experienced. That, in fact, that what we might think of as reality is like a vast and highly convoluted and infinitely complex kind of web of aboutness, of everything kind of referring to everything else, and everything else that it's referring to everything else. And so then, and in that that there may, in fact, not be a more substantial level of reality to be accessed. That, in fact, the aboutness, the aboutness or my abstract levels of discursive thought that are, thinking about the future and speculating and, moving endlessly through various abstractions or speculative realities that don't even exist. Like, what if this happened, or what if that happened? Like if all of that is infinitely far from any substantive reality, owing to the fact that perhaps a substantive reality doesn't exist, then it is all, in a sense, the most substantive that there is. However, why don't I try at least, even, because the way that I'm speaking even now seems like it's moving around, and maybe based on several assumptions that have not been actively verified. In the course of this thing, you're like, I imagine you being like, well, what are you talking about? Like, what even are these levels of reality? What would be a substantive level of reality? What would be direct reality as opposed to veiled through levels of abstraction? And so I'm like, well, what isn't it? Wouldn't it just be our raw experience right now, without any mental categories superimposed over it? And then I'm like, is that actually possible? Like, even examining sensation, like, can I even perceive sensation directly without involving mental categories? Like, and of course there's potentially the problem of language, and we could say that language necessarily introduces mental categories where they might otherwise not necessarily exist. But even as I said, when I'm, if I were walking without speaking like this, I think probably these mental categories would be interacting to a great degree with what I think of as my raw perception. Even like the feeling of standing on this rock. Like, involves, my mental category of like, okay, this kind of like group of sensations is my foot is coming from my foot and this one is from my other foot, and that's the feeling of my pants on against my legs, etc., etc. All of these sensations corresponding with an idea that is a type of abstraction, you know, like what a pair of pants is, what a foot is. That is not. These are not independent of, like, for instance, you know, some Platonic idea of a foot that is a type of category that involves all feet, etc., etc. And also that these sensations and ideas and categories I would say are all in my self-interest, in a sense. That they are all kind of in a sense utilitarian, or at least potentially so, and oftentimes crucially so, you know, to like identify what is my own body and the parts thereof, as opposed to something that is external to my own body, and to like identify also what external objects, my pants for instance, would be, you know, important to keep myself warm enough, and so on and so forth. And so, like, it seems that all experience might be filtered and mediated through self-interest. Hi. Good. And when I say self-interest, I don't mean in the narrower sense that, like, I'm a greedy person or that we're all greedy, self-interested people. I mean in the broader sense of that, like, ontologically as self-identified beings that have persistence in time, that we necessarily have an interest in preserving our identity through time. That you know, I'm necessarily interested in not perishing, and even in the case of somebody who was, I would almost say that, like, there's still this kind of this ontological type of self-interest, by which I mean, like, you know, even if somebody was interested in perishing and, you know, dissipating their bodily matter and energy back into the world at large, that you know, even the means of doing that are mediated through self-identification. Just for instance, like, if somebody was going to jump off a bridge, they still are seeing, you know, they still need to walk to the bridge or whatever and place one foot in front of the other, and in order to get there. And furthermore, that, you know, even the motivations even the motivations for one desiring to perish could be wrapped up in the desire to live. That is, like somebody felt that they couldn't live or couldn't withstand suffering, and would see, you know, the great unknown that lies beyond death as desirable, whether that be some kind of afterlife or reincarnation, or simply some idea of oblivion, whatever it is, that appears to be a more desirable experience than the one that they are capable of having in their current life, or you know, that's a way that I am imagining somebody in that state. This is all just a big tangent that a tangent again, where what I'm actually talking about is the question of, you know, whether you can experience reality directly. And it's also interesting maybe to point out here that almost everything that I'm saying seems to be a tangent of one kind or another. That is, I could maybe describe it as kind of beating around a certain bush, if you will, or kind of just eating up time in ways that are, you know, at least one level removed from what I seem to be hinting about talking about, which maybe that's because it's very difficult to talk about, and so it's easier to talk about indirectly. But then, you know, that is in fact what I'm talking about directness versus indirectness, and me suggesting that maybe everything is actually indirect. And yet, I still feel compelled to try to be direct. Maybe even as a proof of what I'm saying, or at least to prove or disprove. Although maybe this is not something that can be proven or disproven. Like, if I think about the conceit of walking and talking, that it's simply just talking. You could describe that as attempting some kind of directness, as in the idea of just talking that is at least attempting to be not about anything, just attempting to talk for an extended period of time without talking about anything. Or just about itself in kind of a self-referential type of Ouroboros type of process. as, you know, maybe it is maybe it is a type of escaping reality, or attempt thereof, if we take reality to be the everyday one of everything seeming to be in service of something else, and then what's the ultimate reason, you know, like what's the ultimate reason that we're living? That question or just like a desire to just be living bare without added complications that obscure the experience of living. Or that kind of like sort of just distract from the phenomenon of living, of being alive. Which, for me, when I just at least try to look at the phenomenon of living by itself, it's completely insane. It's miraculous. What a miracle it is. Like, I can hardly believe that I'm alive right now. I can't. It defies all logic that you and I would be alive right now. It's insane. I mean, and when I talk about I'm alive right now, I'm of course obviously talking about my subjective present time, which is to some degree different from your present time due to the fact, you know, necessarily of the delay of this recording, and the delay of your experiencing this recording from the time of my recording it. So it could be possible that in your subjective present, I'm not actually alive, like me as an individual. However, almost kind of perhaps paradoxically, if you will, you and I are sharing this subjective moment of living, which, you know, is one of the very obvious things about this, but also kind of strange what a recording can do, if I think about it. Like it all seems, any way that I think about it, it's just so incredibly improbable that I would be alive right now. So improbable. Like that all the conditions would have been met, you know? And then, of course, you know, that observation leads us almost immediately to the anthropic principle, or some version or variation of it that would simply be like, you know, if you weren't alive, then you wouldn't be alive to ask this question or make this observation. Therefore, it's necessary that any time that this observation can even potentially be made, you know, the observation of the extraordinary improbable improbability of you know, any one person, or even the human race at large being alive in the present, that even the potentiality for such an observation only occurs in such conditions that allow for it to be asked. Well, you know, I think you know what I'm saying. It's almost like tautology that I'm speaking about. Like, you know, saying it's how it is because it's how it is, kind of. But then, you know, and then it leads me to ask, like could it ever be otherwise? But it can't. I just mean that the condition of subjectivity, the condition of experience itself, that, you know, and I'm kind of saying that you might disagree, but I'm kind of saying that the condition of subjectivity or experience is constitutive of reality, that it constitutes reality. That I'm saying that a type of reality without any form of interiority or experience or subjectivity is a meaningless mental construct. And in fact is only a mental construct that is possible from the state of subjectivity. That something like non-being is only something that can be thought about from the state of being. It's not something that can ever be experienced, of course. it's definitionally you can't experience non-experience. But don't fall into the trap of thinking that what I'm talking about, that don't fall into this anthropocentric trap. That is, don't think I'm thinking about, just human experience, or even simply the forms of experience that we can imagine, like human experience plus dog experience and cat experience, and maybe a handful of others. I'm talking about any type of subjectivity or interiority. Because even if you say something like, well, that rock, a rock there is not alive at all, it has no interiority. Well, I'm saying that either the identity of something such as a rock is the identity of something such as a rock is to a certain extent constituted within the subjectivities of other beings like humans and maybe animals. And that, without those subjectivities, it is not constituted as such an object with an identity, a discrete identity, such as a rock, that even should have subjectivity or something like that. Does that, I don't know if I said that very clearly. But also, for example, if I can conceive of the particular shape of human experience as arising from the particular configuration of our bodies and our minds, that like if I am going to kind of like talk about things in a dualistic manner of interiority versus the objective world, and talk about our human interiority being shaped by the complex configuration of matter that we are, this incredibly complex machine that's the body and the brain. And when I could say with a lot of scientifically backed confidence that structures of the brain kind of shape how we experience the world and our nervous system, and how we are embodied perceivers and so on and so forth. And that we can recognize that same kind of dichotomy present in other life forms like animals and plants and that sort of thing. Like for instance, like we would recognize immediately that a dog has some kind of interiority that more or less somehow corresponds to how it is embodied in the world, and and also further its set of experiences that it has through its life. Whether people are nice to it or not, or if they trained it or didn't, and so on and so forth. And then maybe like if you look at a tree or something, like the line of whether it's sentient or not gets a little fuzzier. Maybe people say no, maybe people say yeah, because like you can look at, if you watch some sped up time-lapse footage of plants growing. It's like they have behavior that's can be responsive to their environment, and you could start to posit some kind of form of interiority that would tend to be like a step removed from what we're familiar with. It takes another kind of leap of the imagination to imagine a plant's interiority, because their physiology is so much different than those of humans and animals. But we can kind of observe their complexity, at least in the objective world. And then, maybe if you'll take this leap with me, posit that complexity in their objective makeup might correspond with some form of interiority, even if you might think of it as being like rudimentary or something, which I would argue that is in fact anthropocentric. But the idea of all these other beings being like a more rudimentary form of existence or consciousness. Compared with ourselves, for example. But maybe that's for later. But I mean, if you're able to kind of make that leap, and then you're also able to look at something like a rock, and something that seems completely inert, but then if you're able to kind of stretch your imagination to understand a rock as actually just a temporary state of matter that is involved in an incredibly long geological process, one that is of a time scale so vast that we can't really perceive it directly most of the time. We can only kind of reconstruct it abstractly through many observations, and putting the evidence together to kind of form some kind of explanation of how the geology around us has been formed and is still in the process of being reformed, and so on and so forth. And the more you understand it, the more complex you understand that it is. A whole planet changing constantly. Or thinking about the universe as a whole, and how just impossibly complex it is, like completely impossible to wrap one's mind around even the tiniest fraction of the universe. But to simply understand that it's so immensely more complex than ourselves, and to, at least in the speaking objectively, as observationally, as in material terms, all that matter is out there in so many different forms and changing constantly. And to maybe then kind of like grant the possibility that objective material complexity may have some interior subjective counterpart that that obviously would not resemble anything like human experience. That you can't simply project human experience onto something like the universe, or really anything other than humans. But you can, or at least I can, potentially admit that of the possibility of some form of consciousness that is completely inconceivable to me, that myself as an individual human, I am not able to access while retaining my individual human form, because the boundaries placed on my human experience, which are necessarily there to preserve my identity, do not admit of something that expansive. But perhaps hearteningly, I can know of my own inevitable mortality, and that to know that even simply objectively speaking, like at some point I'll die, and the matter that constitutes my body at that moment will be, dispersed somehow in the earth. Most likely, I most likely won't be shot out into space. But even so, the earth being part of being in space, the earth itself, of course, not having an infinite lifespan, will inevitably be consumed by the expanding sun as it expands into a red giant. And even stars themselves have limited lifespans, and they do something. They like blow up into a nebula or something like that, or maybe they collapse into something. Anyhow, you get the idea. The universe is changing always, and that the forms that we inhabit right now are incredibly temporary. and that, you know, that this these boundaries that constitute our experience are temporary, and they will change radically in ways that we cannot possibly conceive of, but we can possibly conceive of the fact that they will. And we can conceive that we are a part of something that we can't conceive. Know what I mean? But then also interestingly, that these boundaries that we inhabit now, that you know, make us human, these ways of sensing and perceiving the world and conceiving the world, you know, that are shaped by our anatomy and our neurology, as well as our accumulated lifetime experiences, as well as our accumulated cultural experiences and knowledge that is or is not passed down. That, at least for me, in this moment, affords me the opportunity to even think these things, is astounding. It's really astounding that I can even think about the universe, or that I can even conceive about the conceivable. I mean, this is, I mean, if you want to talk about, you know, and like the necessity of aboutness, this is maybe like a way where I'm seeing how valuable it is, or how not necessarily valuable, but like maybe how just like it's necessarily so in a kind of mundane way, but also incredible and amazing and miraculous. Like necessarily so, I say, because like, you know, I can't me Ben, as a human, I can't directly be the universe. I can't know, and I can't directly know the universe. I can't know all of reality without, you know, without being it. And I also actually would say that, maybe I'll talk about this later, that you can't actually be and know something at the same time. So like I would say the universe can't actually completely know itself. And like, you know, you're gonna be like, well, yeah, consciousness is the universe knowing, like getting to know itself or something. Maybe you're right, but it's not that simple. But like, for instance, even my idea of the universe, that is, you know, formed by, you know, things like looking at the stars at night, and just like learning a little bit about astronomy and, you know, the universe, like the things they'd teach you in elementary school, that there's 9 planets, now 8, or maybe 9 again if you count the planet 9. That's theoretical planet. That's like really far away. But and then, you know, you watch some documentaries about how big the galaxy is, how big the universe is, and at some point you kind of get to a point where it seems like the explanation sort of reaches the horizon of what experience sort of seems to confirm in everyday life, or it reaches the horizon of everyday logic when you start to talk about, for instance, whether the universe is bounded or not, or whether it has edges or not, or whether, you know, if you go in a straight line for long enough, if you will just come back to where you started, but it is still spatially limited, or you know, the universe expanding, and then, because then, like, if you talk about the universe even as the object-oriented way that we want to even think about anything in reality, then kind of by implication we're thinking about what's outside of the universe, or which implies we're thinking about what's outside of reality, which itself is a kind of oxymoron. Because like outside of the universe is not even nothing. Outside of reality, there's not even non-existence. However, what I was talking about was like that, you know, necessarily my knowledge of the universe is necessarily limited, that it's necessarily an abstraction, like that. I'd sort of know that, like, you know, the sun is a star and there's like a whole lot more stars. I don't know even roughly what the numbers are. I have to get back to you about the numbers. But, and, you know, there's like, you know, lots, you know, countless more planets orbiting all these countless stars, and that even one distance between one star and the nearest star is like inconceivably huge. However, this is where I'm saying that, like, the indirectness is all the type of knowledge that's possible. That it's either an abstract understanding of something that you can't experience directly, or nothing. But it is this abstraction and this type of abstracted knowledge that is granting us some kind of connection with that reality. Or in more general sense, like, knowledge is connecting us with the unknown. Like, that which we say we know, that which we say is known, you know, things about reality that we say that we know. The knowing itself is a type of connection to the unknown and even I would say the unknowable. That it's like you couldn't have one without the other. That is, you couldn't have directness without the indirectness. Well, that doesn't make any sense. That it's almost like the indirectness is the potentiality of directness, and without it, you would not have the potentiality of directness. Like you would actually just have nothingness. For instance, like if you could imagine that it were possible to directly know all of reality, and like I'm just in my mind kind of using like the universe as a stand-in for all of reality. So I don't know that, you know, the universe as we think about it is all of reality or not, but for the sake of argument, I'm kind of imagining it as that the universe is everything that exists. Just as a thought experiment, trying to imagine like directly knowing all that exists. And when I say directly knowing something, like I don't think there can be any distance between that and being it. Like to know something that is external to yourself, I would argue that is not direct experience. That's a mediated type of knowledge that is, in some sense, a projection of your own subjectivity onto the other. That is, that knowledge is actually constituted by a self-other dichotomy, and in that sense is always indirect. It's always a projection of subjectivity. Always, to some extent, a projection of the particular characteristics of whatever form of subjectivity. That is, like the world that we perceive around us, for instance, or that we might even conceive of abstractly, is necessarily a reflection of our own humanness or human form. So if I thought about knowing all of reality directly, that would be the same thing as being all of reality, of the self expanding to encompass all of reality. But then if you are all of reality, if you're being all of reality, there's nothing there's or and that's how I'm kind of describing like knowing something completely. Once you know it completely, that is, more or less the same as being it completely, then the knowing would disappear. There would be nothing external to the self to know. And even when I talk about, knowing myself, for instance, I can be walking and talking, and then maybe I observe some expression of myself. So like I hear myself say something, and then I think about what I said, and then it's as if I'm knowing some aspect of myself. But in that instance of recognizing an aspect of myself, I am also distancing myself or alienating myself from that aspect of myself, and I'm not being it. So for example, if I'm like remembering the thing I said a minute ago, it's like that was myself a minute ago, but it's not the same as the self that's doing the recognizing of that self. It's there's that dichotomy, that duality has been erected there. So that's one self, knowing like a former self, which is necessarily other. Like I'm not identified with myself as my 7-year-old self or whatever, even if I can remember something of what it was like. That's another self, or at least another aspect or version of self. So like it's kind of like when it's kind of as if like knowledge has to be necessarily incomplete in order to exist at all, because once it becomes complete, it kind of vanishes into being the thing. Which to me kind of like kind of explains the why part of the anthropic principle. And the anthropic principle, it's and kind of an insufficient term for what I'm talking about, because it's limiting it to a human perspective. But I'm just talking about perspective at all, perspective of any identity, perspective of any kind of being, or any shape of subjectivity whatsoever that is able to perceive some other that's not itself, that is anything with identity. It's almost like, I don't know, not the anthropic principle, but the like subjectivity principle or identity principle or something. The notion that like if you think about the anthropic principle as they talk about it, and like why is it that we're so lucky to be living on the planet Earth, where conditions are so perfect for human life, or also like that there's a kind of like a more broad physical, like or maybe metaphysical version of the anthropic principle of like, why is it in fact that we live in a universe where the laws of physics are such that they are conducive to things existing at all, or things existing in a way that permits of life, when theoretically the laws of physics could be otherwise than they are. And so like there's a broader question even than this anthropic principle, which for me is like why subjectivity at all, why experience at all. When kind of, I guess, like hypothetically, I would say not hypothetically though, hypothetically someone would say, why not the possibility of an inert universe that has no life or experience or consciousness in it, also why anything at all? Why not just total oblivion? Why does anything exist at all? And like you could do kind of like a type of anthropic principle for existence at all, that non-existence, is what it says, is what it means. It doesn't exist, so necessarily something exists. And I'm saying that existence is actually constituted by this duality that is subjectivity. I mean that, like, well, to call it a duality is maybe emphasizing one aspect of it, which is like, has different names, like the objective and subjective, or interior or versus exterior, or the self versus other. Those are, just different names for that duality, but that's emphasizing one aspect of it, but conversely, you could also emphasize the other aspect of it, which is the link between the two ends of the duality, the connection between self and other, the connection between subjective and objective, the connection between interior and exterior, which you could call that something. You could call that something like experience, or consciousness, or identity. I'm thinking of all these terms as basically like names for what you could call the interface between these two supposed sides of the duality, or like the you could call it a barrier. The barrier between self and other is experience or consciousness, or sensation, perception, conception, all of that. Or you could also just, instead of thinking of it as a barrier, think of it as a continuity. That the interior and exterior are just the two different aspects of that continuity. And one of the necessary things about that continuity, that experience or consciousness, or however we decide to call it, is it necessarily has specific characteristics. Like in order for it to exist as such, or exist at all, it must have some form of specificity to it. In order for there to be identity, there has to be a way things are that could be otherwise. You know what I mean? Like in order, or just more plainly, for anything to be at all, it has to be in some particular way, even though it could be otherwise. And even when I say, even the concept of particularity, I think has this implication built right into it. The concept of particularity itself kind of implies that things could be otherwise. That things could be another particular way, or maybe even infinite other particular ways. And so to me, like, this kind of like explains the phenomenon that, like, that I and you and we all exist in a very particular form as subjects, and that we exist in a very particular world that could theoretically be completely different. And that over the course of time unfolding always is completely different, or is always changing into something different. That I could even think of, like, temporality itself as, like, as an expression of this. That, like, all these different particularities are expressing themselves, or being expressed. And it's like, through our human experience, time is one of those aspects of experience through which we experience something like conditionality, or like the temporariness of the particular forms. And it of course, like, I mean, this kind of thinking is not, of course, like an answer to why this particular form, why is it, that we're like human beings that have 2 legs and 2 arms most of the time and have to eat food and so on and so forth, or that this planet has formed with water on it and an atmosphere and so on and so forth. This doesn't explain it doesn't explain why this particular form of things, but it is explaining that there must be particularity. But for me, I like this fact that not only can things be otherwise, they will be otherwise in time. They'll be drastically, radically otherwise in time. And I mean the shapes of subjectivity that I'm able to recognize in time will change to something that I can't currently recognize. However, like I'm comforted by this idea that even while the particularity of me as such will change beyond recognition in time, that the phenomenon of subjectivity itself and that it has particularity is in some sense is in my conception of things like eternal, that this changing of things is eternal. And I say it's eternal because just quite simply, like I was talking about before, nothing other than this can exist. Like, that there just is no such thing as like an oblivion. Like when we think of oblivion, like the reason it sounds scary is that we think of ourselves like the way that we are experiencing oblivion. Like we think of our human selves with our identities and our ways of perceiving space and time, experiencing the absence of space and time, but it's actually not what we imagine experiencing. We imagine something like or at least me, if I tell myself to imagine oblivion, I kind of imagine myself like experiencing like just nothingness for an infinite period of time or something like that. But that's not actually possible, because ourselves, the particular form of ourselves and our consciousness are completely formed by the actual world that we do experience and live in. And so like our way of experiencing time, for example, is shaped by us interfacing with the world the particular world as it is. Like has to do with like us being at the particular scale that we are as bodies, and in relation to like the planet Earth and so on. And like if you were just any kind of subjectivity like completely exposed to some infinite abyss, I would say would very quickly cease to be a subjectivity, because all that would be known, and all the structure that would form that subjectivity would disappear and cease to exist. So it's like the idea of like kind of being like an observer locked into some abyss, just seeing like blackness. So it's like I would imagine blackness, but even the experience of blackness is would not be there, because that's a particular like type of human category of experience. So like something like oblivion is not actually permissible of experience. There would always be a world that has particular form, that is a reflection of the particular form of the perceiver. And so that's not scary, I mean, it is true. I mean, I would say that like death is like, it's necessary. Death is like kind of necessarily scary. At least I think so. And that it does kind of represent a change beyond which I can't see the... It's like a type of horizon beyond which there's no prediction of like or like there's like maybe like a radical shift or break between everything that I kind of recognize as constituting my identity. But then I can because like that would be like a giving up of everything that I can constitute as part of myself as an individual, or in some sense like giving up of everything that I can possibly know even. But I can also, but then it's like, a change that's like a break with memories or something. But then it's like, I know that if I know that like the state of subjectivity like is kind of eternal, then I know that I don't know, it's very strange. It's like I'm of course very like I'm very like tempted to kind of like think about it in terms of like reincarnation or something, but I know that is kind of like a representation of what happens, that is it's like a type of representation that I can kind of like cram into my conception of reality as having like linear temporality and spatiality. That like if you're thinking in terms of linear temporality, which it's very hard not to do as a human being, then you would think of like dying and then kind of like being born as something else. But then again, it's like I also think that like even the notions of like temporality and spatiality and like the types of consciousness that I'm even able to recognize or conceive of is a type of is a particular shape of knowledge that is particular to my humanness, and just that like even the sense of being at all, like like I know that there's a much more expansive like set of options for how to experience that I can't conceive of, that I can only just kind of like know is out there, or potential or something. That even like even the way that I'm talking or thinking about things right now, even however sort of like expansive, quote unquote, it may or might be, that even this is like something that would be scary to let go of, or that, but then I understand that it's like that death is necessarily scary because it's almost like the thing that defines fear itself. That like fear itself is kind of a type of relation to what's completely like unknowable and completely uncontrollable. And that like death, I think, to me represents the ultimate of like passing this horizon into what's completely unknowable and completely uncontrollable, like just complete like relinquishing of anything that constitutes one's identity. But then it's also just interesting to think that like and forgive me for kind of like using reincarnation as a type of model here, but just for the sake of talking about it, permit me to use it as a kind of spatio-temporal mapping of something that I don't know how to talk about otherwise. But for instance, if quote unquote I was someone or something else, like quote unquote before I was who I am, I became who I am now, that whatever other beings exist in space and time necessarily have the same type of self-preservation, like identity preserving imperative that I have. It's like, like every other animal is afraid of dying. Every other animal behaves in a way that to keep itself alive, and of course also to propagate itself for the most part. So maybe like propagation of kin or species or something is maybe one way we could conceive of a type of identification that's beyond the boundaries of simply the individual self. And also, as humans, we're of course capable of caring about other people's survival and thriving and well-being, who are not just our blood kin. We have that potential, of course. And then you could also, point out like the idea of mimetic propagation and Perhaps that's what I am heavily invested in here. Perhaps, maybe, propagating some certain aspect of myself via dissemination of media and information. Got off topic there, but what I meant to be talking about is that, like, you know, I value my life as much as the next guy, is what I'm saying. And which is to say that I know that the next guy values their life, and you value your life, and all the animals value their lives, and the plants to the extent that they have some kind of subjectivity that we can recognize. They have some form of valuing their lives, I would suggest, and that even anything that maintains something like identity over the course of time has something like that. Has something like valuing its life, and, you know, for lack of better words, prefers existing to non-existing. Wow, look at that rock. That's incredible. Amazing, you know, some of the things that are considered inanimate, how beautiful they can be. Things that ostensibly would have nothing to do with life. Look at that. That's incredible. What an insane rock. I mean, this is like a keeper type of rock, and it's just laying there. What the hell? And then it's like, do you take the rock or not? Because it's so incredibly beautiful, this rock, and then, you know, you get it home, and then the effect, it's hard to imagine the effect wearing off when you're in the moment of deciding whether to take it or not, because you're like, wow, this is the one, this is a keeper. And then you get it home with like all your other like hundreds of rocks that you've picked up. And then it just becomes another rock in the pile. Yeah, maybe I'll leave it where it is. Man, this one too. The place is full of keepers. But basically, the point that I'm trying to make is that everything that has subjectivity, which, you know, as you know, if you've been listening, in some way or another kind of describes everything that I think can be thought of as extant. I'm saying has some kind of form, has some kind of like characteristic that I'm saying like relates to like the desire of being alive. Maybe it's like very different or very distant from the kind of desire to be alive that I have as a human being. But I'm saying that it has some related shape or form of that desire, that some affirmative relationship to existing. Because how could you not, really? If you have something like identity that has any type of persistence across any dimension, then how could you not possess some type of affirmative relationship with existing? And if what I'm also saying is that while the particularity of the particular shape or form of everything that exists is necessarily temporary, you know, like me as an individual and you as an individual and everyone and everything else, necessarily temporary. It's always changing, and over time it changes radically. But however, the generalized state of subjectivity is eternal, as I talked about before, because nothing can really be said to be extant outside of it. Now don't take that out of context. Then it would kind of like, if you kind of follow the logic of that, if you follow the logic of it, there's ultimately nothing to fear. Because the state of existence is eternal, and the state, and I'm saying that the state of existence is inherently entangled with a state of subjective, like, being that necessarily possesses some kind of affirmative relationship with being. Then I'm saying that it follows that ultimately there's absolutely nothing to fear about even the radical change that, from our perspective, is represented by death. Even though on this other level, that is like the level of our particular identity, it is scary, and it is necessarily scary because of the radicality of this transformation. But also what's scary to me is like the idea of suffering, and not just like suffering in this life, but of like the collective whole of suffering, scares me when I think about it. If I'm thinking about something like, you know, eventually over the course of eternity, kind of quote unquote like inhabiting all aspects of subjectivity. Because from my perspective, it seems like I'm abstractly aware of such an incredible volume of suffering and intense suffering that is even hard for me to imagine. But I can imagine it to some degree. That's why it's scary, that I can imagine it. I can imagine it, but it's still just imagination. But like you know, like most directly, you know, like other humans affected by war and stuff like that. Like to be able to imagine, or actually to know, I would say, like to know abstractly, like the numbers of deaths caused by war, and then to know like the number of people who probably died painfully, or experiencing the death of somebody who's close to them and emotionally tied to them. And beyond that, just all the injury and like, you know, life-altering injuries that come out of wars. I mean, and it's not, you know, that's of course not the only cause of suffering, but it's just one that feels so omnipresent today. And maybe it feels so omnipresent because it seems so completely avoidable. And not only, you know, avoidable, just completely pointless and benefiting no one at all. But I mean, I guess, like, to kind of like return to the broader question about what this implies, like the question for me is like, does this amount of suffering that I'm abstractly aware of, does it like negate the kind of overall collective desirability of existing? And this is a hard question for me to answer, but I think I would still say no, it doesn't negate the overall desirability of being. Because even all the people and, you know, other beings that experience a lot of suffering, I would have to say that they, for the most part, would, you know, still value the state of existing. They still value existing, even if there's a lot of suffering involved. And then also, I mean, I also have to like try and account for the bias that I may have towards noticing and being aware of suffering versus its absence, just living relatively free of suffering, or the moments of life that are absent of suffering, the aspects of life that are absent of suffering, but also like the aspects of existing that may be deeper than suffering versus not, or transcendent of suffering versus not, because like even for myself, I would say that the times of life, or the aspects of life that I might even say are something like the most meaningful, or even the ones that feel most connected to the affirmative aspect of living, or like I could just say the ones that are most affirming of, like, whatever the miraculousness of existing or life. They're not necessarily devoid of something like pain or suffering, and in fact oftentimes they might even be quite wrapped up with pain or suffering. Now maybe there's a semantic question of whether you still consider it to be suffering if there's also something life affirming and meaningful going on. Like maybe we wouldn't call it exactly suffering, but maybe something maybe like mere pain or something like that, or mere difficulty. And then also there's the question of like is pain and or suffering are these inherently necessary aspects of living or consciousness or experience? And I tend to think that they are. Like I tend to think that even the most like happy aspects of life are never not connected to some kind of inverse of like sadness or loss or pain of some sort. Which is not to at all like minimize what would appear like just very drastic seeming like inequity of like the amount of difficulty that different people have to deal with in their life. Which is like It's this. I don't mean to say this as any type of nihilistic statement that all the happiness and pain just like evens out for everybody, and therefore you can be kind of a moral nihilist. That's not it at all. However, it does kind of seem like, in some way of speaking about it, that like suffering or pain or forms some important aspect of our life or experience, and some important aspect of like shaping what is meaningful for us in life, even if it's merely that like some attempt at alleviating some kind of pain or suffering for ourselves and hopefully for others. May in many instances form, you know, an important, just be an important factor in like what is meaningful in life. You know, what we choose to do and prioritize, what becomes affirmative for us in life. Like I kind of think, like sometimes I kind of think of the complexity of suffering that whatever being might be capable of experiencing as correlating with the form of complexity that constitutes its consciousness, and so like has some correlate with like the complexity of the type of, you know, happiness or joy also that it might be able to experience. And of course, these concepts as I'm talking about them are obviously going to be very anthropocentric, and like especially emotions, I imagine would be completely different for different types of beings. Like I just imagine that even any other type of animal like might have an emotional experience that might have some similarity to my experience as a human, but is always also very different, in ways that I would never fully be able to understand as a human, but I can only partially understand by kind of projecting my own known experiences onto it and sort of theorizing, I suppose, about what its emotional experience would be like, or perhaps to some extent that it's possible, like some type of emotional mirroring. Like, for instance, like I think a lot of people are, very aware of dogs and how they have emotions, and people recognize and resonate with, it seems like, many of the types of emotions that dogs have, because there's some similarities there, but then also some differences that I think we also maybe appreciate. That maybe in some sense we tend to appreciate the company of dogs, both for the similarity of emotions and for the difference that they aren't a human, and so I don't want to say this in a disparaging way, but a being that from our perspective might seem like a slightly simplified emotional experience, as in maybe we recognize that dogs like to be fed and go outside, and they like companionship, and they often seem to be happy to see you, and that's a bit simpler, it would seem, than a human relationship where even someone that you love very much, navigating an emotional connection between somebody, between another person, is maybe always more complicated than, for instance, navigating an emotional connection between yourself and a dog, at least a dog that you know well. Maybe I'm oversimplifying, or being slightly bigoted here in an anthropocentric way, but it's just kind of illustrating a point, because at the same time that from the dog's perspective, they probably have a similar experience, in that I'm sure that a dog's interaction with another dog has all kinds of depths of complexity that we humans can't perceive or understand, but the dog's relationship with a human might be in some ways simplified from the dog's point of view. But like I was saying before, that different beings' capacity for suffering or for joy or whatever types of experiences might differ. I mean, sometimes I'm think about a reptile or something, and of course this is going to be my bigotry coming across again, but that I imagine its emotional experience to be more simplified, and that from what I can perceive, the reptiles' experience appear to be more centered around basic survival needs like food, temperature regulation, mating. From what I can perceive, it would kind of seem like, or, you know, predator avoidance. That, from what I can perceive, that like those are the types of factors that shape the interiority of a reptile, and this is one of the. This is maybe part of what I like so much about reptiles. Like, I feel an immense amount of fondness for all reptiles and amphibians as well, in that at least in my observation and my projection of my own experience onto them, it would seem that when their basic survival needs are met, reptiles and amphibians can kind of exist in what appears to me as a placid state of stasis, and that they can just sit there on a rock, not doing anything. If they've had enough to eat and their temperature is okay, they can just sit for a long time doing nothing. And in my mind, I kind of like equate that type of experience with a peacefulness that, you know, some might associate with like someone meditating. That it seems like when I observe amphibians and reptiles, like when in the times when their physical needs are met, they appear totally at rest and unperturbed, and as if they can just kind of like experience like existing without needing to do anything more. And so that's when I'm like, in my mind, you know, projecting, like inhabiting different types of consciousness. I'm like being a snake does not seem bad at all. Like, you get to spend a lot of time just sitting on a rock, doing nothing, or just like sitting in the sun. And then I can sometimes I might kind of like try and extend you know, my projection of consciousness into something like a tree, and like what its interiority would be like. And I kind of think of it as, in my mind, being I mean, from my perspective, even more simplified from, let's say, a reptile, because you know, trees, generally speaking, are sessile. That is, they can't move around from where they are rooted, and they, like, you know, even like I said before, that like if you speed up some time-lapse footage of them. You can see them growing and moving in ways that appears like behavior, but at least from the perspective of my human experience, it seems quite limited. That is, their options. Like, they can't go anywhere. They can kind of grow towards sunlight. And also, of course, like, admitting that there are very many things about trees that we don't understand or know. Like, there's all, they apparently have this vast underground network where their roots are interacting with fungus mycelium and exchanging nutrients between other trees. So, like, I would have to assume that all that stuff, like all that complex behavior that we don't fully understand, in my conception of things, like that would have a correlate type of interiority on part of the trees. But I also imagine that trees would have, a radically different experience of temporality, because their structure is so radically different from a human or an animal, that and with such a radically different structure of temporality from what I'm imagining to be a tree's perspective, I would then think that, like, the relationship to say death would also be radically different. That, like, and I'm not really imagining trees to have something like concepts in the same way that humans have. But I'm just like imagining that if the relationship with temporality is different, owing to, like, different lifespan, different set of options in terms of motility, and so on and so forth, much a slower rate of growth and movement, etc. That necessarily, like, even if there was something like a concept of death or mortality, that would be radically different. And so, like, it's just, for example, it's hard for me to, like, imagine a tree experiencing something like fear in quite the same way as a human could experience it. However, of course, the overwhelming fact of the matter is that I simply don't know at all what it would be like to inhabit the interiority of a tree, or even if what is or isn't there would even fit my conception of what interiority is, for that matter. You know what I mean? Or, like, and then, I mean, this is maybe an important thing that to emphasize, that while on the one hand I can make these projections that I'm making from my own experience as a human onto other types of life forms, that it's highly questionable that what does or doesn't exist there in terms of interiority, that it conforms at all to what my conception of interiority is as a human, that or that it conforms at all even to my like imagination of what alternate interiorities might be. And then this uncertainty grows even more, sort of like the more distant that I try to extend my imagination or my conception of interiority, when I try to extend it to say something like geological processes or cosmological processes. Like trying to extend it to the universe itself or reality itself. Because I would of course have to assume that something on the scale of universe, anything like time as I'm even capable of conceiving it, would be so drastically different as to be completely unrecognizable. And then, if I'm conceiving of reality as a whole as being eternal, then of course, then necessarily like the definition of time is something just completely different. Maybe to the extent as being like non-extant as such. So I don't know, maybe all of this is like attempting to be as open and receptive as I can towards the potential shapes of reality that I cannot currently conceive of. And by doing such, attempting to like reduce fear of that, to reduce the fear of the radical change that is inevitable. And when I say that, I don't mean like, I'm not trying to be in a millenarian sense of like the apocalypse is coming or something like that. Just that, eventually everything changes to such a degree that it's something we can't even think of. And I don't know, maybe this makes, you know, the particularity of the present even more kind of astonishing, or just more precious in a way. I don't know, like precious and also not, you know, that like the more you're realizing just how particular it is, and that it's gonna change drastically. And that you absolutely can't even hang on to it. But that simultaneously makes it like you got to appreciate it that much more in the present. Know what I mean? It's like just that much more marvelous that it does exist here and now. But then it's maybe that much more I don't know, maybe that is, maybe that feeling is also entangled in like sadness or sense of loss of it. But then, you know, conversely, just to reverse the order, the sense of loss of something is like entangled with like the appreciation of what it is. Like to just like be able to actually appreciate that which is totally normal. That just like the aspect of life that would ordinarily be taken for granted, just like the ability to just like walk around, to the action of just normal life functions of like eating and taking a piss and taking a shit, and or having a conversation, or like even something as simple as like making a transaction or something. Or like, I mean, just to simply recognize like the state of like existing in space and being able to move through space, or to be able to experience time, for instance, and how actually particular all these like seemingly given qualities of existence are. I mean, it really is amazing. I mean, maybe I'm just like feeling like this because it's like a perfect temperature spring day right now. It's kind of overcast. The sun's not beating down on me. It really is the most perfect temperature, and you know, I'm just feeling the breeze on my skin, and maybe this is unjustly biasing the types of things that I'm likely to say, but goddamn, this is just so nice to just like be walking, you know, or just even more basically just to be experiencing at all the world, even if it's a fucked up shitty world or whatever. I mean, it's not it's a beautiful world. Some people are, you know, fucking it up. A lot of people are fucking up the world, but I need to just take some time to be like, damn, the ability to just experience this world, and to be alive just by itself, not considering any of the other particularities on top of it. Just that by itself is miraculous. Or just to appreciate all the affordances that allow me to exist in the particular way that I do. It's incredible. It seems so even improbable, you know, that I could be doing something like walking and talking for 4 hours and publishing it, and that anybody would hear it. All of the particular conditions that allow for that, for this type of thing to happen. Check out all these flowers, man. When I say man, you know I'm kind of being a little cheeky. I know that you're not a man. I know that you're a genderless abstraction in my mind. But look at these flowers. Get a load of that. get a load of that. And then there's like thousands of these right here, interspersed amongst a bunch of rocks that all have very particular shapes. And I mean, I apologize. I'm just like, I'm at the stage of walking and talking that is typical of being blissed out on existence itself, that surely has something to do with moving through a duration of time with a particular limitation imposed upon it, that being of walking and talking, and also most assuredly this being contributed to by my surrounding environment, which happens to be the ridge of a mountain, the Appalachian Mountains to be exact. And we're looking at all these rocks that are just scattered on the top of this, and they're all striped with quartz. There's all these veins going through all of them of quartz, which means that all this rock at some point had to be very deep underground, and magma was, and then it was fractured, and magma was able to ooze into all the fractures in the rock, and then like cool extremely slowly over thousands of years because of how deep and insulated the rocks were beneath the ground, cooling so slowly that the atoms of the magma were able to like arrange themselves into crystalline ordered structure that produces the quartz that we see today. And then after that, at some point, the rocks containing these seams of quartz crystals had to be over some vast expanse of time thrust up from deep into the earth up to the top of this mountain ridge, this mountain ridge that was formed by a tectonic action of the North American plate colliding with the African plate, like, you know, like the east coast of the U.S., like crashing into where North Africa is today, and then like that crashing into, like rippling the earth, you know, upwards into these mountains, and then after that, like those two continental plates like going the other way and drifting apart so far that, you know, it created the Atlantic Ocean over like, you know, how much do they move? Like a few millimeters a year or something like that? How many years did it take for them to move all the way to create the damn Atlantic Ocean? That's a long time, man. We can't like pretend to like be able to conceive of that in experiential terms. Only these abstract terms that, you know, that I'm kind of spouting out because I've learned them abstractly through, you know, the knowledge, abstract knowledge that other people have imparted upon me. And it's only this indirect abstract knowledge that allows us to even approach something like knowing of these things that are so vast. But then even, you know, even the thinking about that it might be possible for humans to know this, and that it requires a collective effort to know something like this. This, you know, process of knowledge making, of like, you know, making hypotheses and testing them and so on and so forth. And then, you know, maybe it's still wrong to some degree, but it at least does conform with the rest of our worldview. Not like that Christianity shit. sorry to alienate all my Christian viewers. But maybe, I don't know, maybe you have some kind of worldview where these things are somehow compatible, you know, like reality and the religious beliefs. Not all. I feel like a lot of religions don't have that, or a lot of religious people don't have that compatibility of their beliefs with reality. That is, like, there's reality on one hand, and then there's your beliefs on the other hand, and never shall the twain meet, never the twain shall meet. But you just prefer to live in the world of belief that contradicts reality. I mean, I guess this gets back to how I was talking about whether it is in fact axiomatic for the majority of people that they would like to be in touch with reality or in contact with reality. It's not necessarily so, but that's okay. That's all right. To each their own. But no, actually not to each their own when, you know, people's beliefs lead to the total destruction of existence and total disrespect of existence, I would say. Here we got a big fat bumblebee collecting all this pollen. Seems like a decent living. We got some actual visible quartz crystal structures. Some of these are even like crystalline clear. Some of these you can see. Like, this is what I was talking about. Like, in order to form these crystals here that you see, like, the magma has to cool so slowly in order for all the atoms to be able to organize into that orderly configuration. And then it's, you know, it's to me also what's kind of mind-boggling about this is, like, the fact that, at least I think that, like, most any person can, like, look at a crystal, you know, something that has been formed over the course of a time span that's not actually possible for them to conceive of, or, you know, in any kind of visceral experiential sense, only just, like, really remotely and abstractly. You know, courses of time that dwarf the existence of human race. And then you know, you can look at the evidence of that, or, like, the result of that, and immediately perceive something like beauty, or just perceive structure, you could say. You perceive something orderly about it, something that, like, is let's say, like, expressive of some aspect of the laws of nature, or something like that, or, like, something that's expressive of some abstract quality of existence as we know it, you know. And it's like, you're seeing geometry. So it is some type of expression of, like, what what we humans have abstracted into math. But I'm saying that our ability to perceive something like that and to have some kind of connection with it kind of belies the potentiality of connection with like just a much broader, more expansive conception of, you know, what consciousness could be. I found some little metal cross that appears to have a full roll of electrical tape and a miniature Christmas stocking. There appears to be nothing in the stocking. However, this boggles the mind as, like, you know, what could the intentions possibly have been for whoever put this here. Also the question, did this all appear here at the same time, or did one person put the metal cross here and then somebody else put the electrical tape, and then yet a third person added the Christmas stocking? Regardless, it kind of seems like it might be my duty, having stumbled across this thing that you know, very few people are gonna come across. And also, look at this. We've got a small pine tree that has a decorative bow attached to it in a way that would signify that somebody's treating this as a Christmas tree. Possibly even that someone might have planted this as a Christmas tree. The cross also, to my mind, might signify a burial or grave marker, although could it be that someone buried a pet here? That's kind of what I'm imagining. Somebody might have buried a pet there. And to me, that's possibly the most likely explanation. And therefore, maybe I won't. I was going to maybe make a contribution by putting something in the stocking, but in light of that, maybe I won't. I mean, of course, we could also talk about, you know, the capacity for us to observe order and structure and even beauty in facets of the natural world, such as crystalline structures. While on one hand, this could suggest what I was saying before, that suggesting a capacity for more expansive possibilities for our consciousness. On the other hand, it's also maybe suggestive of the mirroring aspect, the mirroring quality of our human consciousness and the laws of nature such as we understand them. That is to say that the laws of nature that we derive are like types of extrapolations of our subjective experience. That, like, for instance, like you see the structure of a crystal might jump out at us perceptually, because it is a type of like clear expression of like, let's say like a Euclidean or Newtonian type of understanding of space, and that like it's possible to describe the shape of a crystal in fewer terms than, like, say, it would be able to describe the shape of one of these other rocks. Or let's say that also it might be more particular to the crystal, that like it could be the case that certain types of conceptions of the world or conceptions of nature are more or less conducive towards explaining and describing crystalline structures than others, or perhaps others just like would explain or describe it very differently. Or just to say that, like, to clarify my point a little bit more, that like the capacity for perceiving ordered structure and beauty in the world around us is is a result of the kind of like isometric nature of our interiority versus exteriority. That is to say that even the way that our senses work and the way that our senses shape our impressions of the world are that's a shape that also describes our consciousness. That actually, like, the shape of sensation and perception and conception themselves are kind of co-creating exterior and interior simultaneously, if you will. Which, that idea in itself, taken out of context, would kind of lead towards a solipsistic and perhaps narcissistic or anthropocentric type of worldview. But what I'm kind of like arguing is that it's one position in a perhaps infinite space of perspectival potentiality. We're inhabiting a particular position within perspectival space, from which we ourselves are a particular shape, and the world that we perceive is in a particular shape. However, there's, multiple, perhaps even infinite other perspectives in this perspectival space from which the world looks drastically different, and something like what we call like the laws of nature might look drastically different. Even like the sense of scale is partially determinative of what we see as the laws of nature. For example, like if we were if we were giant, if we were the size of a star or something, like the light that we see would always be arriving to us from different, such vastly different distances in the universe, that the light would be arriving from different times. So like everything that you see in the quote-unquote present would be representing different, like drastically different presents, different points in time. And so like the sense of the present as a time would not exist as such. Like there would not be such a sense of now, in fact, because like everything you're perceiving would be from a different now. Just saying. I feel like I want to say something like any single instance of the eternal kind of outweighs all instances of the temporal. That all instances of temporality, or you could even say temporariness, are just like something that's expressing the eternal, but within the eternal. I mean, maybe that's an obvious thing to say, but I also think of like, like the difficult aspect of change, the part of change that is scary and undesirable or perhaps painful. In my mind, it is kind of correlated with like embodying the temporary and the limited, which of course is inevitable. Like, but it's like you're embodying that which is inevitably changing, and that which is like very temporary, in a way that is painful because of the awareness of its, you know, impending loss or change. However, like any kind of like any kind of even hint of recognition of that which is eternal, like more than makes up for that. That, like, if what pain and suffering are, is kind of like the emotional experience or embodiment of temporality, then the absence of pain and suffering is like the experience of or embodiment of the eternal, or at least like to some degree or something like that. And forgive me if I'm not making sense, or if I'm kind of conjecturing too much. But it's almost like even the abstract existence of the eternal, I feel like, you know, infinitely dwarfs all experiences of pain and suffering. Like, I don't know if I'm explaining it very well, but basically what I'm saying is that I think that pain and suffering are necessarily temporary in nature, while its absence, that which might be something like peace, is actually an aspect of the eternal. And that should be a very comforting thing. I mean, I say that, and I've said it before, and I'm sure I'll say it again. And I hope to kind of do my best to be able to say that with a type of conviction that comes from as comprehensive a knowledge of the matter as possible, and by which I mean is confirmed by my experience, even if I fail at that most of the time. But simply the existence of the endeavor is a privilege beyond comprehension. I mean, what an incredible privilege just to be alive. I've said that many times before, and I'll say it many times again. And it's a banal thing, you know? It's like the most obvious thing. It's the most obvious thing that it's like you don't even have to say it, of course, but you can say it. You can remind yourself. Like, you know, whenever I am thinking about walking and talking, or I'm like getting ready to do one, or simply just thinking ahead about what it might be like, maybe there's some part of me that's like, well, what if it's not good? Or like, what if it's not the right, what if it doesn't come out right or something, because I can't actually know exactly how it's gonna unfold. Like you can't really fully plan 4 hours of talking, or at least I don't, and I wouldn't want to. So I don't know what my experience is going to be like, other than a kind of a very vague idea of what it might be like. But I'm always like, what if it's bad? Or what if it's imperfect and lacking something, and then when I am in the experience of doing it, at least these categories kind of fall away, and it becomes a little bit like the thing I've been talking about, where I'm just kind of like experiencing the particularity of how it is, and while knowing all the while that it could be different, that, you know, even it seems like often I'll be saying something, and at the same time, I'm aware of how I could be just saying something completely different. I could be choosing all these other potential branching paths of speech or thought. And but it's not like I am like mourning the absence of all these other potential branches of speech that were not taken. I'm just like, you know, just necessarily I'm just like experiencing the one that is taken, which might be, I don't know, this is kind of sounding to me more and more like cliche or something, that like whatever consciousness I find myself inhabiting, or whatever shape of consciousness I find myself inhabiting, it's not like I'm gonna be bemoaning all of the shapes of consciousness that I am not at that time. Like, you know, just take yourself now. It's like I can ask myself, like, is there a person I would rather be in the world? And I don't mean to say like, is there like one person's like position that I would rather inhabit as myself? Like, it's not the question of like, do I wish I was like more rich or not, or something like that, or like had a more handsome face or not, or that sort of thing. It's like, is there a person I would rather be, like, and by be I mean like, you know, fully inhabit their being in the most comprehensive way, including their consciousness, their worldview, their memories, and their identity. And the answer is absolutely not. And that's interesting to think about. I think, like, I would absolutely not choose to be another person. And it's not necessarily that, like, because like I think that I'm better, or that I think my experience is more pleasurable overall, or anything like that. But it something about the question, like, points to something interesting. Which is like, you know, the idea of preference kind of falls apart when I think about that. Like, being another person means I would have no memory or thought of being who I am now. You know, being this person. And so there doesn't really exist like some real metric from which preferability would arise. Because, like, to be another person, there's nothing left of the person I am now to be like, oh, this is much better now, or something like that. No. Being that person means your entire subjectivity is shaped by their accumulated memories and life experiences and worldview and so on. Like, you know, it's like, would I rather be like rich or something? Well, maybe, but I wouldn't rather be one of those rich people, because they're fucking assholes and they don't appreciate being rich. Or even if they do, they're fucking assholes and they, you know, wouldn't have anything that I value about my current, you know, self. And so this is like, I guess this is related also to like the fear of death for me, and that like according to my worldview, as I have kind of like explained it thus far, it's like I believe that, you know, my subjectivity will transform radically into something that I can't recognize from here, from my current perspective. But I can kind of like assume that the this quality of like basically appreciating my own life and my own self for exactly what it is. I think that that's something common. Like, you know, if I asked you the same question of like, would you rather be somebody else? I would really have to imagine that deep down, your answer would actually be no. Even if there's like, you know, aspects of your life that you don't like, or aspects of yourself that you don't like. The fact is that even the aspect of yourself that's able to recognize that, you know, there might be things that you don't desire about your situation or yourself as you conceive of it, that's who you are. The self who's doing that recognition. That's who your self is right now. At this instant, it's a self who can, you know, look at at various aspects of yourself and the world and make judgments about them, whether they're positive or negative or neutral. And I would say that like the self that's even able to answer that question, like, would you rather be another self or not? By answering that question, even if it were yes or no, you're not actually saying that like you want to give up all of your consciousness and everything that forms your identity. It's more just saying that like you might like to change some aspects of it or not, you know, like because like even if you said yes, like, because like and I'm assuming that like most of you would say no, but even if you said yes and you were like, because maybe you perceive some other person as being like happier than you, or perceive their life as being more meaningful, or them being more important, or whatever it is, I don't think it's the case that you actually want to inhabit that person's self, I think it's more likely the case that you would simply prefer some of those aspects to be more prevalent for yourself. Because even the action of answering, or even the action of choosing, like what you desire or don't desire, is an affirmation of that self, of the core of yourself, that, you know, that potentially has any kind of agency. That's not something that I believe anyone wants to give up. And even, like, you know, even if somebody is suicidal or commits suicide, they are in fact making an agentic choice. That I don't think it's about wanting to obliterate the self, or like the core of the self. I think it's more I think that's more like a rejection of aspects of life that they have found intolerable, and or like that they feel unable to change in any other way. But that I would have to believe that, like, the decision of suicide would be very wrapped up with some kind of conception or belief about what happens to that core agentic self, even if it's just kind of like implied and not explicit, or just or maybe even it's just something as subtle as like an implicit feeling or something, and maybe not even, like, maybe if it's not even fleshed out into like a full, like, cosmology or anything like that. But I think I would even say that, like, even in that there is a core to the self that's making a choice, that is in some weird way like an affirmation of agency. And don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating for this at all, or in any way, but what am I getting at anyways? Also, where am I? You know, where am I actually, literally? I don't really know. like I would almost venture to say that like that like the act of suicide kind of represents a time where like the particularities of an individual's life have become painful enough to override the sort of like desire for like you know, self-preservation as an individual. But I would venture to say that like I was talking about before, is that if something like total oblivion is what someone thinks exists after death, then I don't think suicide would ever be an option or desire. And even beyond that fact, I think that like if total oblivion is what somebody conceived of after death, that even the knowledge of mortality would be completely impossible to deal with. That even the knowledge of one's eventual death from whatever cause would be just completely devastating to consciousness, and like would like not even like permit of us like living in the world. You know what I mean? Oh, great. I'm at another crossroads that's totally unmarked, and I have no idea which way. The correct way could be any three of these paths. I think if I keep going this way, I think it'll get me where I need to go. Which is to say that I think that now it's quite possible that like what I'm describing is just type of metaphysical coping, but I think that maybe deep inside everybody is some kind of sense of like continuance beyond the scope of the individual. And I don't know, of course, what form that takes probably takes on a lot of different forms. Because, for instance, even in my way that I conceive of it, I know is just like a representation that is not exactly it. It's just like it's like a stand-in model of reality that I am able to sort of comprehend from my human brain, but that it's not in fact actually what it is. Because what it is something that I can't comprehend. I don't think. Even though, like I have some sense of being on the edge of it sometimes. But that ultimately, like going through that transformation, like, is the only way to actually comprehend it. Like, it's the changing and the becoming that is the full comprehension. That is the full knowing. So I'm in some sense saying, like, you can't know, but you will know. But that goes just for regular ass living. Just regular ass day-to-day living. You can't know, but you will. What's going to happen? What it's going to be like. I mean, just like you couldn't know what you know now. But now you know. If you don't know, now you know. Is what I say. Man, my internet friends. We're really on the home stretch here. And I'm just amazed that you've done what you've done. I'm thoroughly impressed. That you've managed to, if not listen, at least even hear. All of this jibber jabber. What an incredible privilege to be able to go up here and walk and talk to you. What a miracle it is. What a miracle it is that I was put here. Any whoosies. I'm out of things to say, but you and I know the rules. I gotta keep talking. Oh shit, another crossroads. Really? I think that's just a trickle of water. I don't think that's... Then I see the blue hash mark there. I guess it's a shortcut. Guess I go this way. I can't wait for normal life again. You've heard me. You've heard this all before. I can't believe it. We're still here. It's incredible. You're here. You're alive. You're here. You made it this far. That's crazy. You're here. We're here. It's possible to communicate. That's insane. I mean, contrary to like whatever Schopenhauerian loneliness we might experience, you know, just being individuated selves or whatever. The thing that permits is relation. And you wouldn't have that if you couldn't have a relation if we were all one. If we were all one, we couldn't hang out with each other because we'd already be each other. And that sounds fucking boring. Thank God we're not all one. Because now we're multiple individuated selves, and then we can hang out with each other and we can record little videos for each other. And that's a miracle. Thank the Lord. Okay, thanks for joining me. This has been Walking and Talking. Bye. No, I mean all seriousness. I do. I appreciate ya. Bye.